Yes. But hopefully only get past by the elite. Will be far enough to hit that? So that's the wheelchair coming on the 60. After the talk. Where's the big in here? Yeah, we go. Yep. Yep. Yep, let's go.
Yeah, I think let them go by. Yeah, yeah. You don't want to get caught behind. Yeah, that's good. What? 1 minute to the start. Right. I don't think so. I looked up the top 3.
Camera hives down.
supposed to get this real good. Thanks. A little bit quicker. Yeah, this is a great distance, perfect distance. A little bit quicker if you can. Thanks. Yeah, that's great. We're in the right spot though, we're in the right group. Okay. A little quicker still if you can. Yeah, this is a good distance to that group. If we can keep that kind of distance, that's perfect. Thanks, Stuart. From that group, yeah. I think these are the top 2 Canadian men back here. Oh, you're good. I said I think these are the top 2 Canadian men. I think so. Oh, this guy's coming up on you. Watch out. Speed up a bit. Nice work, Stuart. That's great. Perfect.
Okay. I'm just gonna be that guy that sits on the back. Getting
slow down and we'll go right up the side of them. Maybe slow down a bit and I'll get a side angle. And just right alongside, a little bit in front of them. Yeah, that's good. Right there. way better for the sun going this way. maybe a little bit closer to them. Maybe a bit closer to them. Thanks. Great job, Stuart. Perfect.
Start to sink into the limelight. Empty and made, got you feeling like a champion. The city never sleep, ready to slip you up.
I got what it's done for.
little quicker, thanks. Job and a half. We're taking the guy in the blue, okay? Guy in the blue. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, let that guy go. Thank you. quicker if you got it. Yeah, a little quicker. Yeah, that's good. Thanks.
Okay.
So Stuart, you're turning into the motorcycle hub at the finish, eh? Great. Oh, like stay with them if we can. Yes. Awesome. Thank you. Yes, and I'll take. Great. Awesome. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, he was. He was a pacemaker. He was a pacemaker, you're right. Yeah. Yeah. Harder. Thank you. Stuart, can you switch to the other side of the road? It's a little bit sunny on this side. Yes, please. Thank you. Great. Yeah, I can see a bit better over here. Thank you. Great. Yeah. Let's go. great job.
Yeah, really good job.
Yeah, good working with you, Stuart.
No, it was really my pleasure.
Yeah, that was great.
You get everything you need?
I think I got some crap in the back there. I'll get rid of.
Perfect.
I think that's it, right?
Carson, it was a real pleasure.
You too, Stuart.
We work well together. Thanks very much.
I think so too. Hopefully we'll see you next year.
Next year.
Yeah.
And now that I've heard his name yelled 1,000 times, it was the same guy last year.
Yeah.
Same runner.
Same run.
Now they're Justin. Woo! Woo!
Thank you, sir. Just confirming you guys are reporting active stroke on camera 1. You have to check it too.
And I remember that Justin was the same guy as last year. Yeah. Justin.
Excuse me. Thank you.
So Lioness Mikasa, who is in the lead in our women's race here, as we welcome across the line, Cindy Kirabude from the US today. Last year, Lioness Mikasa was second at this race by 1 second. Out-sprinted at the line. He vowed then to return and take the win. The 32-year-old mother of two is looking
Keep moving forward. Congratulations, keep moving forward. Congratulations, keep moving forward. Congratulations, keep moving forward. Congratulations, keep moving forward.
Hey, this is you right here. Yeah, you might have to swap the plate up. Camera. Yeah, I gotta attach the plate. Oh yeah.
Marshall, is it this way? She should know from last year. Deja vu, but this time she is away and clear. Last year's silver medalist at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon is about to become this year's champion. Here she comes around the turn. The glory that was denied her by 1 second last year is all hers this year. Our champion in the women's event is Waganesh Makasha of Ethiopia, and it is a course record by over a minute. Well, she was furious last year. She looks dazed and confused this year. Alan Brooks on hand for the hug. Here comes our second place female. We're just cutting back to Natasha Wodak. She's still got 3 or 4 minutes to run. Let's go back to the elite women's finish so we don't miss anybody.
Okay, you're gonna be on your own.
Max just told Tasha she's about to be on her own. He's about to drop off. That's love.
In vision in the picture-in-picture is Rosa De Giri, and she's just crossed the line in second place. It's going to be an Ethiopian sweep in the women's. We've got just one gold medal to still be decided, and it is Natasha Wodak. She had time to pat the dog or thank the owners. Thanks her pacer there as well. She's quite with it, isn't she? Quite full of etiquette and energy.
And, you know, at this point in her career, it's about appreciating the people who've helped her get to where she is.
Aferi Godfrey has just finished in 3rd place in the international women, so that's that podium complete. Just one podium still to fill, and it is the Canadian Women's National Championship. Wodak has never won it because although she has raced well, including here, it wasn't designated the national championships in those days.
Right. It used to be in Ottawa, the national championships in May, and so we know she's been on multiple national teams in cross country, 5, 10K, half marathon. She had the half marathon Canadian record once that stood for like 2 weeks, and so she's really wanting this national title today in the marathon. And an interesting thing about her that we haven't talked about yet this year was her quest to make her 3rd Olympic team. And the CBC did a documentary on her with Melinda Elmore, and they followed them as they were trying to get the Olympic standard to compete in Paris. We know Melinda did it, and she went to compete for Canada. But for Natasha, she had a rough go. In 23, she wasn't able to compete in the London Marathon because she got sick a week or so before, couldn't even start. And then she ran at the World Championships in 23 in Budapest, 15th place, time was 2:30, not good enough. And then she ran Houston in 2024, where her time was 2:28.42, and then Hamburg, Germany in 24 when she ran a 2:30.24. So just different reasons for why these races didn't work out for her. I know she had some cramping with her stomach and wasn't able to fuel, and then I think she had some cramping in her legs and whatnot, but she did not give up on that pursuit, and she joined us in the broadcast for CBC when we did the Olympic Marathon just a couple of months ago, and she enjoyed that experience.
Is the course essentially as it was 11 years ago? Will it all have been familiar to her, or are there new parts?
Oh, it's changed completely. I mean, the West End, mostly the same, but the East End, we've changed it quite a bit. And especially with the construction and so many new buildings, it's kind of hard to recognize a few spots, as weird as that sounds.
Yeah. So she's on 2:24 now. She was on 2:26 schedule. I think she's more interested in the win than the time, but she's grimacing a little bit here. I wonder if she's cramping slightly. It is a grimace, or is she just blowing a bit?
She's looked more comfortable before. You see kind of shaking her arms down, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's
bit of stitch.
Uncomfortable. But, I mean, hey, you know what? It was about having fun. We saw her giving high fives, and it was about the national championship. So, like I said, it's about appreciating and gratitude at this point in career, 42 years old. Of course, she could still run faster, but, you know, starting out to win that national championship and to get that, that's what she came here for. She can add that to her long list of accolades.
Well, she will know what comes next, because it is the right-hand turn into the penultimate finishing straight, and then the chicane into the finish. The runners coming the other way have got a long journey still to go. We're going to stay on air till the 4-hour point. We hope to see our man out there on the course. What do you reckon?
Bernard? Yeah. I'm guessing he's on pace. He's for what we gave him, I think he's, well, I mean, he has to be able to do it, or else he'll never hear the end of it.
Well, if you are looking out for somebody in particular, when we end the international broadcast on the 4-hour point, we will still keep a camera on the finish line. So if you've got people that you're tracking on the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon app, you can also see them when the camera stays on the finish line. But here we are with Natasha Wodak awaiting that right-hand turn, gritting her teeth. Here she comes round the turn. It's a longer straight than it looks, isn't it? We get a very foreshortened angle when we look down it, but it's, what, 400 meters of running?
Closer to 600.
We might see the same facial expressions that we saw the last time she was here in Toronto 11 years ago, but you know, you can never take any marathon lightly. Like, even for her to run, you know, 2:25, 2 minutes slower than her personal best, that is still very difficult. And like I said before, the marathons that she did in her pursuit to get the Olympic standard. So this is, I think, her 5th marathon build in 2 years. And, you know, that is difficult in the body. You don't know what's going to happen on the day of the race. So she's just holding on, trying to make sure that she finishes strong and with that enjoyment. But I don't think there's, you know, obviously there's no doubt that this national championship is not hers.
Well, it's going to be a 2:27 something. Her margin of victory was really cemented in the early stages. If you were with us at the beginning of the broadcast, you'll remember that she was somewhere between the international women and the Canadian women. It took us a little while to pick up on her. She attacked it right from the start. It's been a good run throughout. We're just about to click over to 2:27. She's into her final minute of running. As she looks at it, she'll take a left and then a right, and the sash, the final sash of the day, the final gold medal winner's ribbon, will be out for Natasha Wodak, and she can really enjoy that. It's 11 years since she came to Toronto. It's been on her wish list for a while. I suspect Reed Coulsat will continue to persuade Canadians that this is a good idea, because it is, financially, time-wise, support-wise, travel-wise. So Natasha Wodak's here. I think the grimace is turning to a smile. She knows where she is on the course, and she can come around the corner. We'll await to see her on the final camera as she runs into the finish. Here she comes around the turn for her first Canadian national marathon title. Oh yeah, big up the applause. She's milking it, she's enjoying it, and she is our final champion of the day, winning here in the Canadian Championships at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Natasha Wodak gets gold.
It's interesting because it looks like she ran the exact time that Lainey Marchant ran in 2013, 2:28 flat, which was a Canadian record.
At the time.
At the time, yes.
And it's moved on, and she's been part of that.
Right,
yeah.
That's right. And back then, 11 years ago, she ran that marathon, and she probably thought never again. And here she is, you know, several marathons since, national title. She's soaking it in, she's happy. And, you know, she'll continue to have fun for the rest of this day like she did in this race.
She's very chatty, isn't she?
She was my roommate when I competed with her at the Olympic Games in 2016, and she ran the 10,000 meter. she has so many things to list about her success that, you know, goes on and on. But, you know, she was gold at the Pan Am Games in 2019 in the 10,000 meter, a record at the time. And she was 7th in 2015. Commonwealth Games she's been to, and she's competed in the World Championships in the 10,000 in 2015, 2017, 2019. And she's not done yet. I think that, you know, she's still looking ahead. You know, she's not ruling out the chance of going for another Olympic team, but I think she's going from season to season. So we'll see what's next for her, but a well-deserved break. We see the two national champions hugging each other, Justin Kent, Natasha Wodak, both from BC.
And I would like to say that I got 4 out of the 5 winners correct. Chris takes the bronze for his wildcard predictions, so it therefore comes down to who was closest on the winning women's time between me and Krista. We picked exactly the same people. What was the women's winning time?
The women's winning time.
2:20.44. Jeffrey takes
you
it
win.
within
Good
15
job.
seconds. Get the Guinness in there, Chris. He's leaving.
I've
He's
got your
leaving
drink. I've got your drink.
Kent and Wodak. Those are the surnames of the 2 Canadian national champions. Will we see them in Tokyo? We'll have to wait and see when the road to Tokyo closes. If you're watching us on the Inside Track World Athletics coverage, we will keep it going. We've got plenty of action still to come. We've got our man Bernard Abarcaz out on the course, in amongst the atmosphere, and we will have the presentation of awards for our top 3 in all of those championships.
Natasha's happy. She's no idea the camera's still on her, but, you know, clearly she's still kind of hurting, right? There's something probably that made her a bit uncomfortable, but she certainly was able to get the crowds excited when she finished at the end.
We still have 2nd and 3rd Canadian women, and it's a long, long time since we saw them, because the designated camera for the Canadian women was with Natasha Wodak for so long. But when we saw them in the early stages, it was a tight cluster of 4 or 5 athletes. How's it looking now, Krista?
So it looks like we might be seeing Leslie Sexton in 2nd place.
Is that her now? There she is around the corner.
I think that is her there with the sunglasses.
Yeah.
And the
black top.
The black top, right. Now, she's got someone ahead to catch from the international field, but this is always deceiving, this angle of the camera.
Yeah, it looks like
they look like they're closer, but they're not. So
time
maybe
for a stretcher to go across, look.
Right, she knows that person's not within reach, but she'll be happy with a 2nd place finish today. So she's coached by her partner, Steve Wheeler, and she moved out to Vancouver a couple of years ago. Originally, she's from Markham, Ontario, lived in London for quite a while. And again, like we said before, she placed 13th at the World Championships in 2022, which is in Eugene. And she won't be getting a personal best time today. She did that earlier this year in Houston, where she ran 2:28.14. And she's been on multiple teams as well for Team Canada, from cross country to 5, 10K distance half marathon. She's competed in various teams. And Rob Brulé is on the right there. So he's a great pacer. He paced me to my 50K record a few years ago. So it's good to see him. I would imagine.
Is that him that looks like Super Mario on the
He's
right
on the
side?
far right. Yeah. So he runs with some with the Bayfront Endurance group with Reed in Hamilton, and I'm sure Reed recruited him today to do this pacing job. And so his job was to pace that group. He's hyping up the crowd. I'm sure he'll finish right to the end and keep encouraging Leslie. He's clapping, and he's just such a positive guy.
So we've still got 1 podium place to come after this, but Toronto has been a very happy hunting ground over the years for Leslie Sexton. She's had podium success in the past. I don't think she'll be too concerned about the time. This has been a really controlled and successful outing for her in good conditions. Around the turn for the final 60 meters comes Leslie Sexton in 2nd place in the Canadian National Championships. So we will see her in a little while, and 2:33 is a good day's work and good prize money for Leslie Sexton, 2nd in the Canadian National Championships.
And it looks like she placed 7th overall, her time with 2:33.15. So that's a good payday for her as well, right? She gets that prize money for 7th is $1,500, and then for 2nd place Canadian, $4,000.
And who was in third place? Here
Rachel
we go.
Hanna,
Here
there
she
she
comes.
is.
Here she comes.
Yeah, so Rachel Hanna, a good friend. She is also a registered dietitian, just recently married. Joe, who's also racing today, I guess they had a bet. If she won around the Bay, he had to do a marathon, and so he's further behind her, obviously, today. But Rachel's got a great list of accolades, and she was in really great shape. She's really pushing this finish here, which is great to see that she's got a little bit more in the end. So her personal best is from Houston in 2016, where she ran 2:32:09. So she's not going to be getting that today, but we'll see her turn around that corner and have a solid finish. She ran the Toledo Marathon in 23, set a course record, and then set a course record again in Indianapolis in 23, and was third at this year's Ottawa Marathon. So here is Rachel Hanna coming through, all smiles, sort of, a little bit of grimacing, and it looks like she ran about 2:34. So that's only 2 minutes off her personal best. So that's really good, because you know, some of them were a little bit further off of their personal best today.
Well, we've
Anne-Marie Comeau, there she is coming in. So she will be our fourth Canadian today.
So we've completed all of our podiums. It's time to start hearing from some of the people that filled the top step. And let's start with a catch-up with the men's Canadian champion, Justin Kent.
There's Anne-Marie Mawhinney. I just wanted to point her out
what
there.
What a performance. First time in Toronto, and you came away with the Canadian championship win and a big new PB, almost a minute. How did it feel out there being all by yourself for most of that race?
It felt great until we hit some windy stretches. 33 onward is quite the battle, and I knew they were right on my tail, and it was just a big mental game of like taking it 1K at a time and just focusing on my form and staying as calm as I could. And it's tough when you're being hunted out there, so it's nice to have a bit of peace of mind when I had a bit more of a cushion after 35K. But I'm ecstatic, stoked. It's amazing to be here, and yeah, very elated.
Calm and collected indeed. You don't even look like you just ran a marathon. That's incredibly impressive. I know that coming in today, your goal was to win the Canadian championship. There are big points on the line. What does it mean to come away with not only the Canadian win, but also those really important World Athletics points?
I mean, that's definitely just bonus. I think there's few times in this sport where you can win a Canadian championship and everything kind of going well in the build and staying healthy and having good weather and good pacing. So I didn't want to take this for granted, and I have friends and family out here. My daughter's out here, so it's I'm pretty speechless. So yeah, it means a lot.
It's your first time in Toronto. We hope to see you back, and you've run a lot of marathons. What did you think of the course here and the general atmosphere here at TWM?
Oh, I loved it. I mean, there's a few spots out there with some running crews that it was hard to stay calm and not get excited and lose my focus, and like a few times it was deafening out there. So it was great, amazing atmosphere.
Well, so special you could be there with your wife and your new baby girl, and congratulations on an incredible year, both in your personal life and now to be crowned Canadian champion. Congratulations.
Thanks, Kate. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Congratulations to Justin. And our thanks to Kate Mambuskirk, who's doing the interviews down there at the finish line. On the right-hand side of the cones, you can see the half-marathon finishers. On the left-hand side, you can see the half-marathoners. Who's that we can see in the distance?
So that's Kate Baisley with the pink top and the white gloves. She is from Newfoundland, and she's running today. Her personal best is a 2:36:35 from this race in 2019. So she is likely going to be maybe our 6th Canadian. We saw Erin Mawhinney come through, and her time was 2:36. So not going to be a personal best for Kate today, but certainly I'm sure she'll be pleased and be able to have thoughts about today's race. She's 40 years old now. Even Natasha, who's the winner, she's 42. So we talked the other night at dinner about how the Masters category is getting more competitive, and Natasha said it could almost be 45.
Yeah.
But definitely good to see women running in their 40s, and some people work full-time jobs and have a family. Kate has 3 kids. Her husband's a doctor, and she's able to juggle it.
And it looks as though she has a part-time job as a snooker referee, doesn't it, with those gloves? Let's catch up with some results. We can bring you the official standings on the graphic. And that was tremendous. That was the fastest ever time seen in Canada for Makasha, and it really laid to rest the ghost from last year where she was out sprinted by 1 second. And look at the Canadians populating that top 10. Good work.
Yep, Natasha Wodak with the 5th place. We thought maybe she may be able to sneak onto the podium overall, but she was just a few minutes behind those leaders. And then Leslie Sexton, 7th place, 2nd Canadian overall, and then Rachel Hanna and Anne-Marie rounding it out with 3rd and 4th Canadians and 9th and 10th overall in this race.
Good. It was the whole series of Canada running was intended to raise domestic standards, and you can see right there it is. Let's go back to the race. I mentioned before that if you are looking out for somebody in particular in the marathon, we will keep a camera. Mexico have 650 competitors taking part here. Alan Brooks has made it a personal mission to twin with Mexico. Sub 240 for her.
So Kate Baisley coming in. I'm sure her daughters are watching from home. One of her friends, an athlete I coach, we were chatting last night, and I said, okay, who's got the kids? And it was, you know, my mother-in-law or my mother, and those arrangements had to be made. So I'm sure they'll be thrilled to see their mom cross the line.
Well, coming up, we will have the presentation of awards, but remember, we're still in the elite part of the race here. Out of 8,000 finishers, we probably only had less than 200. We're on 2 hours 40. So these are athletes who train every day. So we're a long way from seeing the charity singlets and the fundraising endeavors and the Guinness World Record costumes. Those are all still to come.
We saw there's the TTC streetcar Guinness record. I'm not exactly sure what they're going for. But there's 5 guys dressed up as a streetcar, and our friend Deco is leading this thing. Last year they did the half, and they have to do the full. Best of luck, guys. I wouldn't want to do that.
Well, the problem is if you're tied together with people, and we get it in marathons around the world, either as a millipede or inside of a bus, your pace is dictated by the slowest person. Who's coming in here? We don't know.
Too sure. One thing I wanted to point out with Tasha's win was back to the animal thing. When she passed Ben and Lindsay Tessier, when she saw Ben, Lindsay's dog, you saw her kind of tear up a little bit, and I think that kind of broke her emotionally. And
well, and Lindsay's dog has cancer. I think it's okay for us to speak about that, but
Yeah.
just really tragic. Ben is his name, and he has, I think, a form of leukemia. So Natasha was talking about that the other day. So I'm sure that did kind of drive her emotionally to see Lindsay out on the course with her dog and cheering on one of her best friends.
This is a local event with an international flavor. We've got 70 countries represented here, but let's hear a little bit more about the local.
So we had Lisa Howard come in about 14th place, I think, before. And she has a best of 2:35.29 in Chicago from 22. And one of the interesting stories that we saw about her was that she does like an over distance in her training. So I believe she did 2 runs of 50 kilometers and did them quite fast. And she and her coach believe that that's good to do that. That's their strategy. And so her debut was also in 2013, like Natasha's was in Toronto. And then I think we saw Melissa Powell come in. Her time was just under 2:42, and so she looks like she's about 15th Canadian today, or overall, sorry.
The real time locally is 10:43, so we are at 2 hours and 43 since the gun went off. There will be finishers coming in right the way through the afternoon. Our transmission will end at the 4-hour point. We'll have the presentation of awards prior to that. We'll hopefully see some of the Guinness records. We'll meet some of the cheer squads, and we may even close out with Bernard Abarcaz finishing. He's run the whole distance with that camera and the gimbal, giving us a flavor of the atmosphere at different points. before, during, and hopefully after the race.
That's one of our local runners. I forget his name, but he's from Blacktoe. Blacktoe is one of the main stores downtown. They're just a block away from me, so I'm kind of spoiled with.
And everyone loves the name Blacktoe because we know exactly what that means.
We know what they're saying. What a festival of running. It will get warmer. The temperature is predicted to rise over the next hour or two, and there will be finishers coming in.
So it looks like, to me, these 5 of them here have half marathon bibs and ran the full course.
The atmosphere out there is very, very lively, and part of that is the music, the sounds, as well as the sights of Toronto. Let's hear from the taiko drummers.
I'm here with the rest from Arashido Taiko. Hi, how are you doing today?
Doing great.
You guys are bringing so much energy to this cheer squad. Tell us why you're here today.
Well, you know, this is a great event. We're here to support. We love this. We love the city. We love what people are doing. They're pushing their bodies to the extreme, and that's what we want to do as well.
It must be such a boost to the runners to be coming by and see this site and hear the rhythm of the drums. Do you get a lot of good feedback from them?
We feed off that feedback. It energizes us as well as them. So it's a mutual symbiotic relationship I think we have here. It's great.
So this is the 35th anniversary of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. We have 30,000 runners here from all over the world. What do you think that this says about the city of Toronto?
Well, it's one of the greatest cities in the world. I've traveled all over the world and lived many places. I'm from Toronto, born and raised. This is a great city. Look at the weather. We're right by the waterfront. It's amazing.
And we had this incredible event to showcase the city of Toronto as well. And it's just amazing. Where else can we find the Arashido Taiko?
Well, we played all sorts of events, from weddings to private events. We opened up stores, and we do the running series events like the marathon and other running series events all over the city.
All right, you guys are keeping the energy up. You're keeping us going. Thank you so much, RS, for chatting with us today. Back inside to you in the studio.
Well, well done, the taiko drummers. You'd love to have that as the soundtrack when you race here next year in the 2025 TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Don't tell me you haven't been motivated by these sights and sounds, the weather that has been laid on. And by the way, our ground level reporter is Michelle Jobin, who is going around getting a flavour of the event for you. We're still on sub 2 hours 50. You can see personal bests all round, a lot of joy, a lot of celebration for those finishing the full marathon, and also the half marathon on the right hand side with arms aloft.
Yeah, you just saw a runner pass through and just burst into tears. This is definitely the city that's going to get you. It's an emotional race. I've, like, coming from my experience, just being a dude, my first race, I cried here. I think I got stuck on the overpass at the DVP. I was just walking back. I pulled a chocolate bar out of my pocket and I called my mom. And then my mom was like, "What's taking you so long?" So,
get going.
Same year that Ed Whitlock did sub 3, she said this old guy is already done an hour and a half.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, like, why are you doing this? This is so long.
Well, and it's a sport where you have recreational athletes at the back, and then you've got the world's best at the front, right? You don't see any like professional sport, basketball, hockey, where everyone's on the ice or on the field or on the court at the same time. So, you know, you are in the race with these other people, which makes it so unique, and that's why we love this running community that we have.
Well, and somewhere in between will be the various Guinness World Records. The Guinness are here to ratify them. It's part of the numbers that have shown just how much this event is coming on in leaps and bounds. So the total number of attempts is the biggest since 2019. Somewhere out there is the fastest in a 5-person costume. Chris just mentioned them. We've got an attempt on joggling. That's juggling 3 objects. It's a 2:50 best, a Guinness World Record. So if they're going to break that, they'll be coming through very soon. And we've also got those dressed in hockey kits. 23 record attempts in all taking place. So we hope to see 1 or 2 of those. I think with the joggling, if you drop the balls, you have to go back to where they landed. You can't just
That's right.
pretend it didn't happen and carry on. So this is, what's the temperature now? It must be up around 19 degrees. Quite nice
It's about 13 degrees now.
13, so it's creeping up, but that's pretty much ideal, isn't it? No wind, no...
See someone going off to the side there, stretching out a hamstring. We saw someone crossing the line and grabbing his leg, and sometimes you can run through it and sometimes you can't.
Kate Van Busker down at the finish has caught up with all 3 medalists in the Canadian National Championships. Let's hear what they had to say.
Well, I am in esteemed company here with our top 3 Canadian finishers at the Marathon Championships, and this is one of the closest finishes that we've ever had, both on the international side and now on the Canadian side as well. We're going to start with Lee Waselia's 2nd place this year. You were 3rd here in 2022, so an increase in performance for sure. And I know that you were hunting down the leader, Justin Kent, for a long time. How was the race for you today?
Yeah, I was feeling pretty good. Ben did an unreal job pacing. We got to 30K, and I've run enough now that I kind of know how to judge the effort and stuff. And at 30, I was like, okay, I'm feeling good. I think I had a big one in me, and I knew the last part was tough. And I knew Justin, we were gaining on him, but so I had no idea how he was feeling. But he ended up picking up quite a bit, and I kind of went for it a little bit. I figured it might as well. I tried to get in the mindset that I could do it, but that last 5K really hurt when. I just watched Justin pull away, and I just tried to stay positive and hope that nobody was reeling me in. And PB, went for it. Can't be too disappointed. So.
Well, you told me afterwards, no regrets, and that's a great way to finish a marathon. So congratulations on your 2nd place finish. That's awesome, Lee.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, Andrew Alexander, this is your debut, and we talked about big goals. You came in wanting the W. You came away with a podium finish. That's an awesome spot. How was your first?
Yeah, it was a really good experience. Obviously, it was fun competing with these boys, and obviously it was fun looking back that Justin's had the whole way in the far distance. But yeah, it was good. It felt super good up until 33K. Lee made a move as soon as we made the turn. I was like, oh, this is a little bit of a hot pace. And then around 35K, I tried taking some of my liquids and didn't really stay down. And so I kind of stopped for a little bit and then tried to get the legs moving after that. But as Lee said, honestly, the last 3K felt longer than the 39K before. So yeah, it was good. I was happy with it, and yeah, obviously room for improvement. So
that's when they say the marathon starts, right? Is at 33K, and that the last 3K is basically the other half. So yeah, well done. Congrats on your debutante. And so Justin, I know we already spoke with you, but we talked about how close the finish was. Did you know that these guys were hot on your tail?
Oh yeah, I could hear them breathing down my neck a bit. I knew we kind of zoned out maybe, I think, from half to 30K and let them kind of get a bit more of a gap on me. And then I was just trying to bide my time. I knew that after the turnaround, the 33 to 35, 37K was tough and grueling. So I just wanted to make sure I had a bit of cushion there. And but I was feeling good until hitting that wind and just trying to pull through the finish.
Well, again, one of the closest finishes in Toronto Waterfront Marathon history on the Canadian side, and a great sign of what's to come in Canadian marathoning. So congratulations, gentlemen. Get some fuel, and well done.
Thank you.
Here is our joggler out on the course. That record 250, so that's going to live another day. But just look at this for multitasking and concentration. That is brilliant.
So there are strict rules about this. I think you have to have it taped the whole time. And
that's why he's got a GoPro on.
Yes, exactly. So when he gets to the aid stations, he must stop, hold all balls in left hand or right hand, and then take a drink, and then resume. Is that how that works? It must be.
No, I think you're right. And also, I mean, whereabouts is he on the course here? He's not going under 3, but he's not going to be far off, is he?
Yeah, he's a bit a ways away. I'd say 39K. So that's just so much. There's so many things to do. The GoPro, the jogging.
Yeah.
And how do you, the fueling, you have to stop, take your fuel. I mean, I have hard enough time just running with a couple gels in my pocket.
Can you juggle?
No.
Can you juggle, Krista?
2, not 3.
Is that juggling? 2 balls? That's surely a game of catch, isn't it, or something?
Pretty much. Well, we knew the other night that I'm definitely not a good bowler, so.
No. I can't juggle, and I'm blown away by the fact that he's covering 26.2 miles and in no danger of dropping one. I mean, it's fantastic. Good man. I wish I could give you his name. I can tell you that the fastest record is Michael Lucien Bergeron set at this event in 2018, and it is, well, that was the half marathon, so the full marathon, not sure, I have it written down somewhere else as 2 hours 50. I know it's exceptional. That must mean that person is a 2:25 runner without the juggling going.
I'm sure you have to make a choice, either run the race without the juggling to get a personal best, or go for the Guinness record juggling.
Yeah. He has a rhythm there, you can see it, and it legs and hands follow, don't they? I suppose they have to. I guess you have to go out and train like that as well. You must get some funny looks in the parks, don't you think?
For sure.
You got to be confident.
He's good, very good.
I have a friend behind him. I can't see who that is, but Parkdale Roadrunner. And, you know, I just couldn't imagine having a person joggling past me.
You wouldn't want the finish line photo there with a joggler ahead of you.
Well,
he's good,
Ed Whitlock beat you, so.
Yeah.
You destroyed me.
Yeah, yeah.
And my mother insulted me. So.
Thanks, Mom.
You know, kudos to this guy then. Yeah, he's still going. Like, he's actually, like, what do you do when you want to pick it up? Do you joggle faster?
Just got to find a rhythm and stick to it, hasn't he? But he is doing.
Do you throw the balls higher in the air?
What if somebody nudges him? Or what if he catches his toe or something? It's intense concentration, isn't it? Look at those blue skies. This is... Toronto looks fantastic today.
It's a beautiful day today.
Best ever weather for this event.
But yeah, he's also got to watch out because you know, our streets are pretty bad sometimes. And actually, when he gets onto the Don Valley, you see that big pothole.
Yeah.
Like, how does he not miss that?
He's concentrating.
This guy's my new favorite. I take it all back.
Well, we're coming up to 3 hours in real time, so I think probably the first couple of thousand finishers are through. And I think we're nearly ready to speak to our man out on the course, Bernard Arbacaz. Let's see if he's ready to hear from us. How is it going?
Yeah, we're out here. We're on Lakeshore, a really tough part of the course, because we're still going east, knowing that that last turnaround would be the end, and we get to head back into the city. But I'm about to hit a cheer station. We got the music blasting. Still got the people going.
And how is the gimbal going? You're having to carry that gimbal. Is it working okay, or is it dragging you down?
It's super tough. I won't lie. I had a little walk just before this, knowing that we were going to go live, so I could run while we were live.
Well, our whole output depends on you crossing the line at 4 hours. Are you going to finish in 4 hours? Are you with the pacing team, or are you doing your own thing?
I'm still ahead of the 4-hour bunny, but I have a feeling the 4-hour bunny is creeping up on me.
And what about the people immediately around you? Are they freaked out by you? Are they giving you a bit of a wide room, or are they realising you might be part of the broadcast? Let's see some of them. Introduce them.
I'm just talking to myself.
Introduce us to somebody alongside you.
Live with CBC. What's going on, brother?
Where's he from?
Darren. Darren? Yes, sir. Where are you from? Right here. You're from here, but you're wearing a Balmoral. That's a local. Oh, we got Inherit the Earth. out on course cheering. How you feeling?
Pretty gassed, but we're making it happen.
Yeah, we're both in the same boat.
Yes, sir.
And what about the cheering, Bernard? What's it been like? We've seen the drummers, we've seen the front runners. There's a real sound experience to get through, isn't there?
Definitely. I mean, I run with a different run group every day of the week, so I know most of the cheer squads. So it's great to see them. They're calling me out, I call them out. But yeah, I mean, I know that Charlotte was working for a long time to put as many cheer stations out, and it does make a huge difference. It's awesome.
Well, good luck with the rest of your adventure. Take it carefully because it's getting warm out there, and we'll see you very soon. Go well, Bernard.
Thank you so much, guys.
Now let's go down to the finish line where Kate is catching up with some of our winners in the Canadian National Championships.
Tasha Wodak, this has been a long time in the making, my friend. It's been 11 years since you've been here in Toronto. You debuted here, and now 11 years later, you take home your first Canadian marathon title. How was it?
The crowds were great. I felt really good, basically until about 25K, and then I felt really nauseous, and I couldn't get any gels down after that, and we had to keep kind of backing off the pace, but I knew I had a really good lead over the other Canadians, so I just tried to stay within myself and finish as strong as I could. But it's not really very much fun to run a marathon when you feel like you're going to vomit, but I didn't, and I still was able to take home the title, so I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Taking home the title and also some really big and really important World Athletics points, so I'm sure that is playing into the equation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was sub 228, and with the bonus points for first, I think that's about equivalent to running like a 224. So hopefully that puts me in a good spot to be selected for World Champs in September next year.
Well, we'd love to see you back on that team. So it's, as I said, 11 years since you were here last. How did this experience compare to your debut in Toronto all those years ago?
I think I was much more in tune with what I needed to do out there. Like, I knew when to slow down. I knew when to pick it up. Like, it's really great to be able to run a marathon and really feel like you're in control. And and when things weren't going well, I knew kind of what to do and how to run it. And I'm proud of myself for that and to be a confident runner out there. And it was really nice to have my coach out on course. And the crowds were great. I was high-fiving and trying to have fun when I wasn't feeling fantastic, but you know.
Well, you hit it well. You came across that finish line, and I know how much this means to you. So another feather in your cap. Congratulations on your win, Natasha.
Thanks, Kate. Thanks for watching, everybody. Yay!
Well, thank you. And from one gold medalist in the marathon, we go to another gold medalist, the fastest tree in the half marathon. And you know everybody in the race. Do you know this tree, Chris?
I don't know. I'm scared if I know this person.
We've got a guy taping the tree man in front of him because that's making his race that much more exciting.
I would just follow and draft the tree.
Yeah. Windbreak.
And I think with these rules too, you have to have a specific diameter and circumference of these objects.
Mm-hmm.
So this person probably can't go any wider and get their legs through.
Yeah. We're just on 3 hours on the gun time. Of course, most of these finishers will be going sub 3. Do you know them?
This is actually one of my best friends, my training partner, Sean Davies. He was representing Crossing Lines. Proud of you, Sean. Love you, buddy.
With the red headband?
Yeah.
Well, he will be sub 3 because the way chip timing works is it probably took him 30 seconds or so or more to get across the start line, and he gets that back on the net time from sensor pad to sensor pad, start to finish. Good work for him. So this is the first big landmark of the race. And 4 hours, in an hour's time, will be when we end our transmission. We'll be looking to see how Bernard does, whether he can get through in under 4 hours to close us out. We'll have our medal ceremonies for all 4 podium events, and we will have a few more Guinness World Records as well. This is the rush hour coming up now, isn't it? You can see it across the finish line in the half marathon. It's 5 or 6 every second, thinning out a little bit. Back with the joggler.
Juggler is still going strong. That's actually a really good pace for where he's at and doing all these things.
Very rhythmic.
As you can see, he's not taking any water.
No. Fixed. It must hurt your shoulders a little bit. You must ache in places that wouldn't normally occur in a marathon. So not too worried about blisters on his feet or tight calves, but he might be worried about how his shoulders are with that continuous movement.
At least he's balanced as opposed to Bernard with one giant gimbal.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy, but we should have given him 2 gimbals.
Kate Van Buskirk is down at the finish line. She's catching up with all of the Canadian medalists, including Leslie Sexton next.
All right, so we just interviewed our winner of the Canadians race, and now we've got our other 2 podium finishers, Leslie Sexton and Rachel Hanna. You've both been here before. You've both been on the podium before, but this was a big day. How did today compare to the last time you ran in 2017?
Just honestly, like, I'm super happy to be back. Like, I've wanted to do this race the last 2 years, but 2022, the recovery after Worlds went poorly. Last year I got injured, tripped by a dog, so I'm just like, I'm happy to be back. I need to race hard. I need to finish this thing, and that's what I had today. It's not my best time, but I'm happy with the effort.
And a second place finish, that's amazing. And I know that you had a short build, so that's great. And Rachel, this was your third fastest time ever. You haven't been here since 2018. What were the streets of Toronto like today for you?
Yeah, it was awesome to be back. The energy of the city, it's just amazing to be running somewhere that I used to live, all the cheer stations, family, friends on course. Saw my face in the last K on a poster board that made me smile. I don't think I've ever smiled in the last kilometer of a marathon, so that's just what being at home is about. I felt really strong. I felt better than when I ran around the same time in here 2016 when I was on the podium, so my goal was, PB, try to get on the podium. Not a personal best, but a great day, so happy to be here.
Congratulations to you both on another amazing Toronto Waterfront Marathon.
Thanks, Kate. Well done to both of them. We can tidy up what happened with that Canadian men's podium. Lee Veselius, we understand, didn't have chip timing on, so he crept through but didn't appear initially on the results. So it was initially a permutation of Kent, Alexander, Veselius and Broach, but the medals have now been resolved, so we'll see them very shortly. And it's quite significant in prize money as well. It's not just a clerical error, is it? That's a big check that would go missing.
Right,
if
so
it wasn't corrected.
It's difficult for us because we're following the cameras. We're not there in person to actually see who comes in first, second, third. But I believe Justin first, Lee Veselius second, and Andrew Alexander third.
One or two of these runners may be going sub 3 hours. It may well have taken them the 5 hours that you can see, the 5 minutes that you can see at 3:05 in the top right-hand corner of the screen to get across the start line, but their time doesn't begin till they do go over those sensor pads. And now, hopefully, if that was their target, they're going under 3. This is still a high-quality end of the race. These half marathoners have taken the same 3 hours to do a half marathon. So if they want to upgrade the distance to the full TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon next year for the 26th edition, the training would be needed to get them under 6 hours. The cheering sites have been mentioned a lot. We've experienced them, we've seen them. We've got a little highlight montage of the sounds around the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Let's hear from them.
This is Queer East Run Crew. This is the group we saw in Bathurst earlier. They are out and about. This is the thing about the city. Like, everyone actually gets out and cheers. There's other cities where people just don't really have run groups, and it's not that. It's just not a thing.
They're upset that the roads are closed, and that's just, it's going to stay at that.
Yeah, like we used to call it the beaches, but they actually love this now. It used to be a kind of a thing where people weren't really into running, but now that running's so big, everyone's kind of found a click. People are jumping into it. People are here cheering, and like I said, there's a group for everybody, and it's very, very diverse.
This is community-generated content, so people have been out filming this and then submitting it online, and that's how we've been able to make this montage that I hope, as well as the sights that we saw during the race, just give you a feel for what the runners experience out there in terms of support. We hear so much about the support, but look at it, listen to it.
Some of these signs are very creative. Over the years, I've seen a variety of different ones, and sometimes you can't really read them, but other times that makes you laugh.
I don't know who these are, but I mean, this is the thing about the marathon. You always have something new.
Well, 35 stations? It's a lot.
And people are always trying to one-up each other.
Yeah.
We don't mind if there's people in the race you don't know. It'd be a lot to expect you to know 8,000 people plus 35 cheer stations.
But I have to know everybody. Everyone has to know each other.
They know you.
I'm looking for
Well, that's my favourite placard of the day. And still they come, and they will keep coming for at least another 3 or 4 more hours. We've got 50-odd minutes left on the broadcast. After that, we will keep a fixed camera on the finish line, and you can look out for people. And it includes our ever-presence, Krista.
Right, we have two people that we want to highlight today, Rick Raymond and Virginia Lee, who have run every edition of this race since the beginning. So Virginia Lee, I believe, is about 51 years old. This year she was going to do it as a fundraiser for the Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation through the Charity Challenge in memory of her late father who passed away. And she gives him credit for her love of fitness. They had a very close relationship, and her running passion started in her 20s, and she started running to avoid the 45-minute commute to the gym. So she has been running a lot of marathons since then. I think she did 50 by the age of 50. In 2013, she wanted to keep her streak going to continue doing this race, Toronto Waterfront Marathon, but she wanted to do Chicago. So I believe she ran that just a bit more conservatively so that she can do this. You know, it was a tough year for her with her father's passing, and apparently she had shingles. She was a speaker at the expo. And then the other person that we wanted to highlight as well is Rick Raymond, 78 years old. He's a professor with dentistry at the University of Toronto. And last year, the 23 Toronto Waterfront Marathon was his 400th marathon. And I think this one today might be his 408th. And he had, again, like Virginia, has done every edition of this race. And he has a 45-year run streak. So there's Virginia there with the sunglasses. And back to Rick, he has the streak. And the minimum number of minutes is 30 minutes. And he has done that for 45 years. There's not many people in the world who have these run streaks. And he is raising funds for the Humber River Hospital. And so that's an incredible accomplishment for him. So here we are. We can see, it's great that we got her on camera, Virginia Lee, who's running another one of these races, and I'm sure she'll keep doing this year after year.
Rick Raymond actually spoke very nicely to conclude the press conference at the Sheraton on Friday morning, just really to say thank you to everybody that organised it, and to say that he's run marathons around the world, and Toronto is by far his favourite for all sorts of reasons. So very nice and gracious. And I had no idea he was 78. He doesn't look it.
And he also he has a group of students that run, Raymond's Runners, doing various distances, and he's raised money for different causes throughout the year. But I think it's kind of a mentorship, and it's about fun, raising funds for a good cause, accomplishing something, having a goal for overall wellness.
Well, long may they continue. I'm sure we'll see them both back for the 2025 edition, but this is number 25 of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathons and number 35 of major races on this date in Toronto. It started off as a half marathon. The half marathon continues on the right-hand side. 30,000 people across all three events, including the 5K yesterday, and 8,000 people in the marathon here today. The entries had to close 2 months out because they were all oversubscribed. So hope to see you here next year if you're any kind of a runner and wanting to have a reason to come on your own or bring other people to enjoy Toronto in the fall. Our joggler, Jean-Marc Dorian, is not too far away now. He had a fair bit of space around him last time we saw him, but it's quite congested down both sides of the finishing straight now. A lot of joy, though. It's been a great day for running. The temperature just perfect. The support, the conditions, the occasion, magnificent.
As a runner who's been on both sides of this race, this is where it gets sweaty and gross. But you're kicking. It's like your first time. This is such a big deal for you. I remember how all these people feel.
Do you miss? You used to go down there on your Marty McFly skateboard. Do you miss that?
No, that was so tiring. They're actually really hard to follow.
Yeah,
they're really hard to chase.
Right, coming around the corner any moment now will be Jean-Marc Dorian. It is not a Guinness World Record because that is 2 hours 50, but it is an amazing achievement. Let's look out for him. Here he comes. with the GoPro on so it can be validated. We haven't seen him drop one at all. Fantastic concentration and rhythm. Welcome home, Jean-Marc Dorian, joggler. And relax.
That must be such a relief to just put the balls away. I wouldn't throw them. Never again.
He probably doesn't know what to do now.
Yeah, his arms are still going. Fantastic. We're on 3 hours 13. That's just over 7 minutes per mile for all of these runners. So pretty serious. Most days of the week, athletes, I think even on a net time, they'll probably be the wrong side of 3 hours, but good running. I hope they got what they came for. I hope they enjoyed it. And coming up in a few minutes' time, we will have our presentation of awards for the top 3 gold, silver and bronze medalists in the Open international races, which were dominated by Kenya and Ethiopia, and also the Canadian National Championships.
So we have an interview on the line with our Parkdale Roadrunners crew, which was actually my first run group, which started as maybe 8 dudes that wanted to stop partying. And we'd be out late, meet up in the morning, sweat out what we did the night before. And now this crew is like hundreds deep. I can't even keep up. I only go every so often because I can. But yeah, we're here with Mike, and take it to you, Michelle.
All right, I'm here with Mike Krupika. He's one of the founding members of Parkdale Roadrunners. Parkdale Roadrunners is one of the original running crews here in Toronto. How does it feel to be here today at the 35th anniversary of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon?
Oh, it's incredible. We've been doing this for 14 years, and every year it just gets better and better. And you'll see it from Cheer Squad of how it elevates, how TCS supports us and CRS supports us to do what we really want to do. Oh, sorry. Dog.
Everyone's here. Dogs, friends, family. You guys always make it a party. It's a lot of fun to be here. How about like Toronto and the Toronto Waterfront Marathon in the global running community and that perspective with Bridge the Gap? What can you tell us about it?
I mean, it's got a really great following. Next year, you're going to see a really big contingent of people coming back for Bridge the Gap because it'll be Parkdale's 15th anniversary. So we're putting the call out for crews all over the world to come back, celebrate the marathon here in Toronto, and really highlight Toronto. It's like it's our postcard to the run community of just like greetings from, and showing what we love about the city, what we can showcase through the marathon, and then everything that we bring to the culture.
There's over 30,000 runners here today, which I'm told might be the biggest ever. Pretty incredible, isn't it?
It is, especially since seeing how many people have switched over to the marathon and how that's grown. The half marathon has always been really special here, but now seeing everybody experience the full, that's really shifted over the past few years. And as somebody who's run the full, I love that people get to experience the entirety of it.
Amazing. Mike, thanks for talking to us today. Thanks for always bringing the party here. All right, it's good to see you. Thanks. Throwing it aside to you.
Thank you very much. That party over the years has helped raise over 53 million Canadian dollars since the charity challenge was begun in 2003. Last year raised $2.5 million, and there are 153 charity partners. We're starting to see one or two of the charity fundraising shirts coming in the marathon, lots of them on the right hand side in the half marathon, and that is what Mayor Chow spoke about on the start line, that this isn't just a race, it does so much more for the fabric of the city and for supporting those less fortunate.
Yeah, so many of the roads are closed and people are inconvenienced, but like Chris said, you know, they're warned in advance weeks out that roads are going to be closed, but you know, the day will come where their life will be affected by a charity where money has been contributed to a good cause that affects them. So was it last year, the year before, we had someone who was running in a hospital gown competing for the Guinness record and had just gone through cancer treatment. I think you were saying he was diagnosed, ran, and then was going through treatment, and kind of back and forth between him and another cancer survivor going after that Guinness record. So, you know, that's what makes it special for people who've been through something difficult when they know that, you know, this race generates so much money. And I think this year was $3 million, which was up from, I think, last year of $2.5 million. So that's incredible.
It's a huge day.
Yeah, that runner was Brandon Throop, and I think he did I'm just guessing, $130,000 just on his own.
Wow.
And then almost got the record. I mean, he went from running the race to being diagnosed to going through treatment and then raising the money and then getting the clear and then racing and going for the record. I actually just saw him finish earlier. I don't know if he got his record, but he went after it again this year.
And another good cause, CIMH, mental health is so important, and the food bank. I know there's so many different charities, 150 in fact, but the number of people that are in need to access the food bank due to food insecurity. So it's great to see that money from this event has been raised to help that worthy cause.
When we see Toronto looking this good, this deep into the autumn, the fall, it just looks incredible. And one aspect of that has helped project the volume of people on the course, the blue skies, the bright sunshine, the blue Lake Ontario. It's been our drone coverage, courtesy of Wawa Nisa. Let's hear from Wawa Nisa. No, it's all right. We're about 10 or 12 minutes away from our presentation of awards. Hopefully Bernard is still on schedule for finishing within the next 40 minutes. I think he was finding it harder than expected because as a runner, he's 3.5 hours. What would you do if you had to carry a gimbal? I'm sure you'd be at least 30 minutes slower. It's not easy, is it? Like carrying your shopping around a marathon.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Bernard actually ran, he had a series, I don't know, I think it was during COVID, where when he turned 42 years old, he ran 42 marathons in a row, one every weekend, and one of them was actually sub 3.
Wow.
But I feel like this one might be harder than all of them.
This could be his slowest one of his life.
Like I said before, I was talking to him yesterday and explained how when I carried the torch, it was very heavy, so I was switching arms. But the other thing was the heat coming off of it. And Kate Van Buskirk also carried the torch in her community, and he didn't really think about the significance of that. So I'm sure he's been lifting back and forth or switching arms. But I wonder if he practiced, carrying a dumbbell or anything to get ready for today. But I would bet that he would have cramps in his arms.
Yeah, that's not a thing that you want to just mess around with. Like, I remember I developed a thing with my right arm because I ran with a water bottle when I was running through trails, and then now my right arm just sways.
There was this urban myth about Haile Gebrselassie, Ethiopia's greatest ever distance runner, one of the greatest of all time, that he ran with a slightly odd right arm action. It was slightly tight to his chest, and that was because he ran to and from school with his books under his arm every day when he was a little kid. Somebody there without a bib on their front, they've got a tattoo displayed.
That's actually my friend Jeff.
Is it another one?
Yeah.
Another one of your friends?
He has. I'll even give him notes. I'm friends with him, and actually I stole him from another friend. Now we're buddies, and we don't really talk to the other guy.
Oh.
We're going to see if Bernard is on schedule for sub 4. When last we met him, he was going okay, but he just had to have a breather before he came live. Let's see how he's coping now in the final half hour. How is it?
All right. Well, I made the turnaround. We're at just passing 33K. It's going to be a tough one for me to make that 4 hour, but I am trying my best. Yeah, it's a tough go for everyone at this point.
And is it the heat? Is it the gimbal, or is it just the marathon and what it does to you? Who's your mate alongside you? Who is he? Introduce us.
Let's introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Craig.
What's that?
I'm Craig.
Craig, this is Craig.
Where's he from?
You're live at CBC broadcast.
Oh, I am.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome. Hello, Toronto, Canada, everybody.
Ask him why he's looking.
Not only the gimbal is heavy, but the battery pack on my chest.
Oh yeah, we forgot about that.
Weighted vest.
Why is Craig looking so much fresher than you? Ask him.
Because he's not carrying a gimbal.
Craig, why are you looking so fresh? They're asking.
Fresh. Thank you. It doesn't feel fresh.
He says it doesn't feel fresh, but thank you for the compliment.
Yes.
I think once you know you're on TV, we're all smiling.
Oh, it helps.
Well, let me tell you, fellas, you have got
second marathon.
37 minutes. 37 minutes to make it to the finish. Are you going to do it?
I will try my hardest.
Okay, we'll check
It'll
back
be a
in on
battle.
you.
It'll definitely be a battle.
Good luck.
Thank you. Ciao. Thanks, Rick.
So looking at the splits for Rick Raymond, who we spoke about before, it looks like at the halfway mark, he came in at 2 hours, 19 minutes.
Ooh. This, are we looking at Virginia Chow in the background?
Yes.
Not Virginia Chow, Virginia Lee.
Lee, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is, what are we looking at these guys? These must be around 4 hours they're going to do if they're coming towards us now.
This is on the Bayview extension, so 25K. We got 17 left.
17 kilometers left.
Yeah.
So it's
Virginia
5 hours.
Lee.
It's 5 hours, isn't it?
She went through the half at almost 2:22.
Yeah.
This is actually where it gets more grueling because the later in the day, the hotter it gets, and the amount of time on your feet.
Yeah.
When we talked about her last year, she also traveled around North America as a personal trainer and fitness professional. I think between Toronto and Miami is where she spent most of her time.
Toronto in the summer, Miami in the winter. Sounds like a good combination, does it not, Mr. Hawaii?
That sounds like a good combo.
She believes, you can still be a runner even if you don't fit the stereotype. And she was talking about years ago how, and Alan mentioned it, when you registered for a race, you sent your credit card in, or she remembers going in person and you paid cash, you completed a form, with the pen and paper, and you had a Velcro ankle strap. Do you remember those ankle straps that you'd put on your body? And so we've come a long way since then. So it looks like she's checking for something. Maybe she needs to find some gels.
Looking for a gel, yeah. The thing is, we've come such a long way with all sorts of things, and TCS leading the way on that. How come we still put a bib on the front using safety pins like we did 150 years ago? It's not moved on at all, does it? It ought to be like...
But what's the solution?
Magnetic, adhesive, Velcro, embossed, printed. Just... It sounds so 18th century, doesn't it, safety pins?
Yeah, and you're still, you panic race morning if you can't find your 4 safety pins.
Yeah,
you
lucky
probably
pins.
have 400 at home.
Lucky pins. Paula Radcliffe did a whole career on 4 safety pins, and she couldn't lose them.
The same ones?
Same ones, from a kid till she retired.
That is something. They didn't get rusty or anything?
Well, they may have got rusty, but she wasn't letting them go. It's another one of those superstitions.
Wow. It could be in a frame, in
So,
Hall of Fame.
Thank you very much for joining us on this coverage. We're still going. We've got the presentation of awards. It's Jeff Whiteman, Krista Duchesne, and Krista Koning. Whether you're on the TCS app or on the World Athletics Inside Track feed, that presentation coming up in 5 or 6 minutes from now, hopefully. We're looking at Virginia Lee with about an hour to go in her run. She's one of the ever-presents of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. She's completing number 25 here. I suspect she's older than she looks, isn't she? Because she must be to have done so many of them.
Well, according to my notes, she's 51 years old.
Okay, so looking good on it. Personal trainer and moving well. You can see it's still pretty heavy traffic around the 5-hour point, so there will be runners coming through right the way to 7, 8 hours. It just may be that some of the road closures move them onto the sidewalks and things like that.
I think she's also done 50 marathons total for her 50th birthday.
Right, 50 by 50, that's right.
Yeah, that was a big thing, which is, that's a lot.
She works at the University Health Network. She's been there for about 15 years. And she mentioned Jenny Rice, someone that she looks up to. She's, I think, 76-year-old woman who has a lot of Masters world records. So she's inspired by that individual.
Well, we had Ed Whitlock, who was astonishing, running really good times, like sub 3 hours into his 80s. We also had Fauja Singh, where I think there must be some doubt about his actual age, but he was believed to be into his 80s when he was running here a few years ago, and still with us. Ed Whitlock, sadly no longer with us, but an outstanding pioneer of super age group marathon running.
Right, he was a huge part of this race, and a lot of people have followed his story. He's no longer with us, but he used to run around cemetery, and I think a lot of that was just for safety and just kind of what he was used to, but wrote everything down in a book, paper and pen, and he's one of the memories that we can talk about with this event being 35 years old is Ed Whitlock's enduring legacy.
Well, Fauja Singh was part of a running group who had one of my favorite names. There's some good ones here. but he was part of Sikhs in the City.
Sikhs in the City.
You like it?
That's pretty good.
Right, our joggler has finished now. Let's catch up with him down on the finish line. He was great.
All right, Jean-Marc, that was a great effort. I know that you were looking for a sub 250 as the joggler and came a little bit short, but you were able to finish it despite a couple of hard last kilometers. How'd you feel?
Oh, I mean, that was probably the longest kilometers of my life. I started feeling kind of so-so at like 17, but I was 17 kilometers in. I was like, oh, I'll be fine. It's just like ups and downs of a marathon. And around 32, I was like, I would need to run world record pace, which is I had fallen off the pace at that point with no brakes. And then I was like, I actually turned on a podcast, so I was like, I'll just try to treat it like an easy run. And then the next 4 kilometers, I got to 36, and I was like, those 4, I can't do 6 more. I just did, those 4 were like never ending. So I actually sat down for like 5 minutes and just kept, because you can't even walk, like juggling, so you have to run or stop. So I, eventually there was like one of the cameramen, like the motorcycle that was like filming me, and I was like, okay, I can't really stop since I'm getting filmed. So strangely, I just got on that train and just kept going.
You were able to do it though. That's amazing.
Yeah, like I followed all the Guinness rules despite everything. Yeah.
I'm sure this is a big ask, but do you have it in you to show us a quick juggle or no?
Oh yeah, I can. I did it for 3 hours, so I can do another like.
What's another minute? Well, congratulations on your marathon while juggling. Again, a joggler is a joggler whether you hit the record or not, so well done.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks for being in Toronto.
Well done to him. Thanks, Michelle. That's funny that he had to keep it going because the cameras were on him. We were following him and he couldn't stop even though he was crying out to. That is a skill all of its own, isn't it? That multitasking. Men aren't supposed to be able to multitask, are they? We're meant to be useless at that.
I can confirm.
Well, and he said so obviously he stopped when he started the podcast and then would have started again.
So the real time is 3.5 hours in. That's the gun time when the first wave got underway. Lots of these finishers will have anything up to 20 minutes they can take off that. The real time of day is 11:30 here in Toronto, and we're just a few moments away from having our presentation of awards for the top 3 finishers in all categories. But still they come, and this is the rush hour, as you can see, coming up. 3 or 4 finishers every second. Is that a running in a medical gown record? That's the Peruvian flag. 70 different nations represented here. Fantastic occasion and an opportunity for the world to drop in on Toronto at a beautiful time of year as well.
All of these runners have white bibs.
Yes.
So it's clearly by Star Corrals. There's no way all of these people registered for the half marathon and didn't.
No. I forget. I had a note of the corral colours, but it may reflect the numerals, not the bib back or something like that.
That was our local Migs. He runs the group Me Versus Me, and
MVM.
Yeah, they do like. They started around COVID and they've just exploded. But it's amazing too because he's actually a great runner. So. Kudos, Migs. I was also about to point out, since there's so many new runners, and the race etiquette and everything, the one rule is you never steal someone's finish line photos. So don't jump in front, spread apart. Like, this is why we're here, to look good. And then, numbers too, but look good. We need our photos. I usually slow down for the photos.
Yeah. Well, the issue, I guess, for Bernard is he thought this was going to be very relaxed and casual, and now he's got a bit of a race against time because our transmission will end at 4 o'clock or 4 hours into the race. So we've got just under 28 minutes to go, and he's up against it a little bit. He won't like that, will he?
No, I think he said earlier he was ahead, which is the no-no in marathoning.
Yeah, don't get ahead.
Don't go too far ahead.
Yeah.
And always respect the marathon.
Yeah. Well, he's run 40 in 40 days or whatever, or 40 back-to-back, so he knows his way around it very well, doesn't he?
I didn't know he had a battery pack.
As well as...
So he's running with like an extra 50 pounds. Like, that's like running pregnant. Sorry, Bernard, I can't believe you had to do that.
I don't know. I think running with a battery pack might be a little bit easier than running pregnant.
Yeah, I'll take that back.
Speaking from experience, but...
Did you race while you were pregnant?
I did a half marathon when I was 6 months pregnant with my first, and then
Did you race it? Did you race it or just run it?
Oh, no, I didn't race it, no. But I ran through all 3 pregnancies.
Very good. So 3 hours 33, you can see the arms aloft, not just for the cameras, but the joy of it. Coming around that final turn, seeing the finish line, knowing you've smashed your personal best, and the afternoon is yours in one of the finest cities in the world on the last day of summer.
It's about 15 degrees now, so starting to, that's kind of the number where you need to make sure that you're replenishing your electrolytes and whatnot when you're hydrating, is around that 15-degree mark. So hopefully these athletes took that into consideration earlier on, or they're going to start to fade and really find this to be difficult, as well as the people that will be coming in to finish after this.
I can see we're nearly ready at the stage area, but just to get a better sense of the temperature, this is in shade because of the tall buildings around the finish line, so it's nicely cool. Let's go to our preview pictures if we can, just to see the bright sunshine out on the course for those that have still got a few kilometers, a few miles to run. Can we go to the preview picture up in the top left-hand side of the screen? There we are. So that gives you just a better sense of the bright sunshine. There's a few runners in shades out there. They've still got quite a way to go. Some of these athletes, they'll be finishing right the way through to mid-afternoon. It's now become a beautiful day for spectating, but maybe slightly hot for runners.
The wind is at about 14 kilometers per hour, which is an increase from the beginning. We know that the wind picks up as the day goes on, so it might help to make them feel a little bit cooler, but it's always difficult, you know. Obviously, say the marathon starts at 35 kilometers, but especially when the heat is increasing.
There's our multiple runners. What are they? What are they?
They are the TTC, which is where the tram tracks would be.
Oh, they're just off the tram tracks, but they are a tram.
And they have to be in unison, not in unison, but they can't, I mean...
Just can't break formation, they've got to be behind each other.
They're stuck together.
Yeah.
And did they not break the Guinness half marathon record last year?
They did that last year, yeah, that's correct.
They're going to be a while. We're not going to see them finish, shall we?
You know, there's stuff that maybe we shouldn't talk about, but I mean, let's face it, it's marathon running, there's porta potties.
Yeah.
What happens if that's the case? I guess you just have to stop, get out, and come back and join your car.
They all have to go to the washroom with you.
Oh. Right, I can see
in one
that
porta potty.
Yeah.
Or they stand outside and wait.
We're ready for our awards presentation. Let's go and see our medalists.
The TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon and Canadian National Marathon Championships. And we want to say a special heartfelt thanks to all of the crew from Tata Consultancy Services, TCS, in their 3rd year as title sponsors of this amazing event. And you've got to love sponsors who walk and run the talk. There are over 700 of the crew from TCS out there running, walking, and volunteering here today. My name's Kevin McKinnon. I've had the honor of being part of this event. Last year was the first year since 1998 that I wasn't here announcing. Sadly, but luckily enough, my daughter covered for me last year, and she's over at the finish line. Every year, this event just seems to get bigger and better. And we have one gentleman to thank for all of that. He just keeps dragging this team and making it better and better and doing so much for running in Canada and Toronto. So it gives me great pleasure right now to introduce the race director of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon and Half Marathon and 5K, Alan Brooks.
Thank you, Kevin. And thank you, everybody. Good morning, Toronto. You really look amazing this morning. All I can really say is thank you to each and every one of you. An historic weekend for us. We have to thank the Mayor, Olivia Chow, Deputy Mayor Mike Cole, who was running this morning, and all the city staff for allowing us to build, along with our partner TCS, a true marathon weekend with the 5K yesterday, 8,000 people yesterday, and 22,000 of you, our best friends, this morning. Truly a record weekend, 30,000 in total, and there are still people running the marathon, of course, but I have every confidence that today we'll have about 6,300, 6,400 marathon finishers, making us, Kevin, not only the best marathon in Canada, but the biggest. And you did it all, so thank you. That's all I really have to say, Kevin. Muchas gracias a todos los chicos, los mexicanos, all of the people that came from 70 countries this weekend to make a great party here in Toronto.
You are not kidding, Alan. A party of 30,000 when you add in the 22,000 from today, the 8,000 yesterday. What an amazing weekend we have enjoyed. And you know, I talked about our amazing title sponsor, TCS. They have been just unbelievable, 700 folks from the crew. And it now gives me great pleasure to introduce the Executive Director and Country Head for Canada from TCS, Showman Roy.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Alan. Hello, how was it? Beyond the numbers, while I was in this since morning, one thing comes to my mind. It is a festival of fitness. It is a festival of fitness both for health and for mind. So thank you for being here. Thank you for making this a great, great event. Better, bigger, like Alan says, the best marathon of Canada and signature Toronto. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Showman. Yeah, no energy there at all. I love it. Just fantastic all the way around. I would like to just recognize right now some of the folks who will be helping us hand out the awards here. Helen Manning from Athletics Canada. Also, Amy Jenkins, Nicole Jacobs, Tiffany Fisher, Manmeet Chabra, and Bonnie Sokolov, all from TCS, helping us out here to hand out the awards. Now, before we get started with our running awards, I would like to recognize our top wheelchair athlete today. He finished this race in, are you ready for this? 1:38:09. Unbelievable. Joshua Cassidy, congratulations, our top wheelchair athlete on the day. I'm doing the men, right?
You are.
So let's bring up our top 3 overall men's champions here today. In third place from Kenya, he went 2:07:31, Noah Kipkemboi. In second place, also from Kenya, his time 2:07:23, Dominic Ingeno. And your champion from Ethiopia, he went 2:07:16. Let's make some noise for Mulugeta Asefa Uma. So Showman Roy from TCS presenting our medals to our winners. I believe it's Bonnie Sokolov from TCS presenting the flowers. And there's your podium right there. Mulugeta Asefa Uma, Dominique Ungeno, and Noah Kipkemboy.
Yes, indeed, what a day, and a great day for fast running and course records, which leads us to the women's race. Our old course record for women was run by Mags Masai in, I think, 2018, 2019, 2:22:17, and today our top three finishers that you're going to see in a moment all smashed the old course record. So with no further ado, in third place in the women today in the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon, Afira Godfrey from Ethiopia in 2:21:50. Afira was 7th last year and came back with something to prove, and she certainly did it today. A super time, a super race, 2:21:50. In second place, also from Ethiopia, she was 4th in the Tokyo Olympics, 2nd here in Toronto in Canada today in a time of 2:21:26, Rosa Dereje. And completing the podium, making it a great day for Ethiopia here in Toronto, where we have such a wonderful Ethiopian community, the second largest Ethiopian community in North America after Washington, D.C. A wonderful day. Champion Mulugeta Uma in the men, and our women's champion. Last year, she was 2nd here by 1 second. You run 42K and you are 2nd by 1 second. But today, she didn't leave anything to chance in a time of 2:20:44, a fabulous new course record. A big hand for Waganesh Makasha. And both of our champions today running for Team A6, our wonderful partner for the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon.
Thanks so much, Alan. And yeah, what a podium right there. Can you imagine, 2nd by a second? Comes back and takes the course record by a shade under 2 minutes. Let's hear it one more time for your podium. Waganesh Makesha, Rosa Deje, Afera Godfrey, and all Ethiopian podium right there in our women's race. All 3 of the women breaking a previous course record. And Alan is, which check is that one there? Is that the bonus? For her efforts today, that 2:20:44 course record nets Waganesh Mikesha an additional $10,000 bonus. Move up to the front if you could. All right, so one more photo op and one more chance to make some noise for our amazing overall podium here. Waganesh Mikesha, Rosa Dereje, Afera Godfrey, all from Ethiopia. Mulugeta Asefa Uma, Dominic Ngeno, and Noah Kipkemboi on the men's side. Can't ever get enough photos of these guys. And just one last photo to recognize our champions, Waganesh Mikesha, Mulugeta Uma. All right. Now today's race was also the Athletics Canada Marathon Championships. And just before we hand out those awards, I'd like to bring up to say a few words, Helen Manning from Athletics Canada.
Thanks, Kevin. And welcome everybody to this fabulous event this weekend that not only has broken records and the number of you that got out today and yesterday and ran the roads of Toronto, but also for this joyous weather we've had today to enjoy it. Since 2017, Athletics Canada has been pleased to host our national championships, marathon championships, with this event, the Toronto Waterfront. And we want to thank the race organization from Alan and Charlotte down to every volunteer that's out there putting their time in today on the course. And of course to Tata for their generous support of this event, really helping to bring it to the world class you enjoyed today. So with further ado, thank you. We will see you again next year. And I look forward to getting a chance to talk to many of you later on.
Thanks so much, Helen. All right. So just before, or just quickly outline who is going to be presenting our awards. We've got Helen, of course, will be presenting the medals to our Canadian champions. And then Amy Jenkins from TCS will present the laurel wreaths to the first man and woman. Manmeet Chabra and Amy Jenkins will present the flowers. And Tiffany Fisher will present the check if we have one kicking around. All right, we'll start with the women first. In third place, She went 2:34.33, Rachel Hanna. Yeah, Alan's just reminding me, I got to announce when Rachel took the bronze medal at the Pan Am Games in 2015, right here in Toronto. In second place, she went 2:33.15, Leslie Sexton. And your champion, up until today, she had won a 5K, a 10K, two 10,000 meter national championships, and a half marathon. She never won the marathon championship. She waited until she was 42 years young to do that. But she did it in style today in a time of 2:27.54, Natasha Wodak.
And another ASICS champion, Kevin.
Of course. All right, one more time for your Canadian Women's Marathon champions right there. Natasha Wodak, Leslie Sexton, and Rachel Hanna. Let's get the men up here. In third place, he went 2:14.51, Thomas Broach. All right, sorry about that. So, Andrew Alexander in third place, 2:14.13.
On debut, all the way from High Park. Well done, Andrew.
In second place, 2:13.47 his time, Lee Weselius.
From the Ottawa Valley. Good job, Lee.
And your champion, I believe it was like a 2-minute PB for him today. 2:12.17 his time, Justin Kent.
Ouch.
Yeah, I was just thinking that too. Do you want to tell him that he has to run 5K after this?
No. But as a new dad, Justin will probably do quite a bit of running around. Both our champions, of course, in the Canadian Championships today from Vancouver. I think it was something about the sunshine. It had them running faster.
Yeah, if we'd had snow, they probably would have gone home.
our Athletics Canada 2024 national champions crowned here at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Bravo, Canadians. Okay. That's it, off to lunch. Oh, one more.
No. Inga wants, looking for one more photo. Oh, with our champions here. Your Canadian champions, Justin Kent and Natasha Wodak.
They're not having it.
All right, we have one more round of awards to hand out up here, our non-binary category. In third place, Jordy Wynn, 3:41.06. In second place, Kyle Deck, 3:34.08. And our non-binary champion, Joshua Shin. He went 3:32.09. All right, well, we can get those awards out to them.
Wherever they are, Kevin, again, a big hand for them. It's part of our commitment in Toronto to diversity and inclusion, and one of the, I guess, the frontier of races in North America, like New York, Chicago, and here in Toronto, that has a non-binary category. So, bravo, everybody. What's next, Kevin?
Well, actually, what's next for me is getting back to the finish line to welcome more of the 22,000 people you invited here this weekend.
Wow, that's great. Well, we'll have fun. And everybody else here, we're going to have some music, there's food, and I think there's great international friendship. So say hi to someone you don't know. They could be from anywhere in the world, and all celebrate together the rest of today. Thank you.
70 different countries represented. So thank you everyone for once again for being part of this record-setting weekend at the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon, Half Marathon, and 5K. Don't forget, all results, photos, and stories are on TorontoWaterfrontMarathon.com. Any age category award winners will have your prizes, which are a Celeplate metal ribbon hanger, mailed to them within 30 days of the event via Canada Post. Remember, like TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon on Facebook. Follow us at TO Waterfront 42K on Instagram for contests, latest news, and photos. And share your own celebration photos using the hashtag ChooseTORun, TO Waterfront 42K, and ChooseTO We hope to see you in the spring at the Spring Runoff here in Toronto. Registration for our 2025 spring events is open now at CanadaRunningseries.com. And registration for the 2025 edition of the TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon opens tomorrow, October 21st. You go to TCSTWM.
Our coverage is almost over. We are going to see if we can catch up with Bernard. There are still thousands of finishers to come. It's thinning out a little bit on the half marathon side, the right-hand side as we look at it. 4 hours in. And Bernard, update us. Give us your story, mate. How's it going?
So I just passed the 33, I don't know what marker I'm at now. Sorry, guys. I'm just coming down Eastern. yeah, we're coming into the city. I definitely, that was a lofty goal to try and hit that 4 hour. I didn't realize how hard it was, but that just tells you how hard it is for all these people. But yeah, what an amazing day it's been. Thank you for the coverage.
That's all right. Well, our coverage is about to end. You have the final word out on the course. What are your reflections in a few words of the experience of being out there on the ground? And thank you for doing it for us.
Oh, the energy in Toronto, the fact that we did the 5K yesterday, like, I just see the potential growth for this race in our city. Absolutely amazing.
Bernard, thank you very much. You've claimed a Guinness World Record for a man running with a gimbal and a battery pack. Enjoy the closing stages, and thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Well, that is the end of our coverage. Thank you very much to you for joining us. Our thanks to our correspondents out on the course, Kate and Michelle, to Chris and Krista, and also the team from AstroDog, Dave, Eric and Matt. That's the end of the live coverage. You can still see on the screen finishers coming across on the fixed camera, but from us, it's goodbye.
Thank you.